Good afternoon. Welcome to the February 14th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will begin our meeting with an executive session, and when we return, we will go through the instructions on how we conduct the meetings. So if I can get a motion?
I move to approve a motion to recess an executive session for approximately 45 minutes, of which 15 minutes shall be used to discuss pending litigation, and 30 minutes shall be used to discuss legal statutes and their application to city operations, all of which shall involve privileged legal communications from the city attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 754319B2. Justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:45 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll be back at 5:45. back, and we're going to extend the executive session for 15 minutes. Do I have a motion?
I move to extend the executive session 15 minutes.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll be back at 6 o'clock. Welcome to the Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will begin, first as a report, we have nothing to report from our executive session. We will start with Sherry, who will provide us with some direction.
Good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. When you are participating, please unmute and turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called on in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I'll also just remind everyone that there is a button to raise and lower the podium to make sure that you are seen in the Zoom video. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Kirk, can we get that audio out there from...
It's echoing. Bad. We can't hear what you're saying in here.
Shut the door. Can you hear out there? But
Because it's on TV, it's got a delay, so. Yes, we can hear.
Okay. All right.
Do you need
Well,
Hey, Porter, do you need to mute your microphone?
okay, we'll go ahead and
Just want to be sure.
We'll go ahead and start with the approval of the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Any commissioner want to reorder the agenda? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. We will go on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. General public comment.
This thing isn't going to catch it. He has a camera right there that he's able to zoom in on people. I'd recommend that he do that instead of doing what we did last week.
Go ahead, Sherry.
I'm here to talk about a failure in leadership. It's been about a year, a little over a year since Richard Lockhart came to Lawrence. He name-dropped this book when he came to town. It's called Police Accountability, the Role of Citizen Oversight, written by Samuel Walker. He's a recognized expert when it comes to police oversight. I don't know that Rich has actually read this book because it keys on oversight. And I bring up oversight because the last CPRB meeting was canceled, but in that meeting he was about to bring more reports that are inadequate, that have been published before complainants have been contacted. The PC 22-129 in the CPRB minutes that you'll see, or I hope you'll review, was a bias complaint that I made standing at this podium. And I hope you all remember it. That bias complaint has been closed. Just simply closed. It was the only jaywalking ticket that was given in this city in 2022, given to a homeless person who couldn't afford to pay. I've demanded that that be escalated to the CPRB to give them something to do, and I've also demanded an explanation. Richard Lockhart is employed by the City of Lawrence, a city in which I've resided for more than 30 years before he was hired and moved here. I am a taxpayer and the citizen who made the bias complaint that was referenced. Not only was there no inquiry with me for any further information about the bias complaint or the allegation, this complaint has reached resolution, if you want to call it that, meaning that it was closed, which is not one of the options listed at the bottom of the complaint report. Now that complainant, me, a taxpaying citizen, and is asking for an answer to how that could be reported without me receiving any contact, and I am not hearing anything back. Rich Lockhart sent me a letter last month after I called out his December problems. Additionally, I want to apologize to you for not getting this letter to you before the complaint outcome was reported to the CPRB. This was an error on our part, and we will be working to improve the process. Where's that work happening? In this book that Rich Lockhart so eloquently name-dropped, but I don't think read, on page 4 you'll find a paragraph that talks about 3 departments that had issues. In all of these departments, the guilty officers apparently felt reasonably sure that they would not be reported by their fellow officers and never be disciplined by their departments. The problem of police misconduct, in short, is not a few bad officers, but dysfunctional police departments where accountability mechanisms have either broken down or never existed in the first place. I want to tell you right now that that paragraph in Rich Lockhart's recommendation is why I've been in front of you for more than a year now.
Thank you, Michael.
It's your problem to fix.
Next, public comment.
Right. I'm Alchemy Roanoke. Oh, one sec. Okay. Today, I would like to take a moment during the public comment section of the meeting to address a tenant issue not on the agenda today. So this issue is called right to counsel. Most Americans are aware that if they end up facing the legal system and cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to them free of charge. This is a basic American right. However, this right does not apply to eviction court. If a landlord decides to evict you, you do not have the right to a free attorney. Obviously, tenants on average have less money, and they certainly have less money than their landlord, who can often afford a top-notch attorney to represent them in court. Meanwhile, tenants who are facing eviction must face the terrifying process of eviction alone, often without any legal help. Many frequently decide not to face eviction court and just pack up their things and leave as soon as the threatening notice is posted on their door. Passing right to counsel legislation would ensure that tenants facing eviction have access to free legal representation in eviction court. Kansas City did it last year and has seen a massive drop in evictions, with a large percentage of tenants being able to stay in their homes. As standards of living continue to decline across the board in the U.S., as wages stagnate and corporations price gouge their products and cause massive inflation, more tenants will be struggling to pay rent. The last thing a tenant needs is to have to budget for an attorney while they're facing eviction. So, commissioners, please follow several other cities who have passed this humane legislation. Pass right to counsel. I would like to use my remaining time to speak on one more issue. At the last general meeting, Michelle Whatley, founder of the nonprofit organization Shirley's Kitchen Cabinet, spoke about the need to pass the Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, or CROWN Act, here in Lawrence. Black folks of all genders are subjected to racist discrimination based on their hair, especially black women and gender minorities. Black women and gender minorities are more likely to be sent home from school or work or rated as unprofessional due to racist attitudes regarding their hair. This has real material consequences. Housing has been a hot topic here in Lawrence, as it should be. This issue intersects with housing at so many levels. Black folks who are discriminated against because of their hair can be passed over for jobs and promotions, leading to poverty. This, of course, makes it much more difficult to find housing and break the cycle of generational poverty. Kansas City came to lead on this important issue in 2020, thanks in large part to organizations like Shirley's Kitchen Cabinet and local salons and barbershops. Let's show that Lawrence can lead too. Introduce and pass the CROWN Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hi.
Hi there, Kirby, local and a landlord. I can't talk about the current subject that's going to be on the docket, of course, but I just want to talk about landlords for just a couple minutes, just in general, not about any specific issue. I wanted to make it clear that we as a people are motivated by the bottom line. I want to make it clear that at the end of the day, profit is the main thing that we have to concentrate on, and that if someone comes in between that, we are incentivized at the very least to kind of put them out on the butts. And so just with any legislation that's coming up, whether it's on the homeless issue or anything, remember that oil corporations really don't like environmental reforms, slaughterhouses don't like animal abuse laws, and such like that. You have to understand the class position that people are coming from in whenever any of these issues come up, and just know that we want to make sure that legalese of any issue that you guys are talking about in any scenario is just put through and made sure it's all good, but at the same time prioritizes the working class, the renters, the majority of people in town. That's all. Have a good Valentine's, guys.
Hi there. This is in reference to the regular agenda item, number 1.
Hey, ma'am, we're just doing general public comment on
Okay.
items that aren't on the agenda. You can come back when that comes
Okay.
up for discussion.
Okay, sounds
We
good.
welcome you back.
Hello. I know that I'm not hearing people.
You can't hear in the corner?
No, I couldn't hear very well at all right there. So just bringing that to your attention. It's very hard for these guys to hear. I hope people that are listening online can hear as well. Well, first of all, okay, so interest rates are going up. Inflation's not under control. It's still going up. For over 20 months, Americans have steadily lost earning power. And into this unprecedented downslide, the City of Lawrence has raised utility rates, including water. On January 25th, I noticed some work vehicles parked on our curb and went out to see what they were doing at the house. And at that time, I hadn't received the notice that came the following day about the smart meter being put in. I actually got that the following day, but I'm not complaining about the timing. I'm glad I went out to talk to the gentlemen who were installing this. I learned a lot. I learned that these smart meters were incredibly smart. They can tell just who's paid their water bill regularly and who hasn't. The men installing the water meters were working with a list, and they were installing 2 kinds of meters. Some that had a valve that shut off and some that had no valve. The installation was not random. They were putting the meters that shut off, called the Ally model, at addresses that had a history of payment problems, apparently. They were installing the iPearls at homes that did not. I wondered about my neighbors. I was told there were several Allies within my precinct. Equal protection means that rights are protected equally. If I don't pay my water bill, is the process of shutting off my water the same as my neighbors who have a different type of water meter? I don't see why it would be necessary to have 2 types if that were in fact the case. Can you assure me that the people in my precinct who are now the proud recipients of their Ally model will be treated the same as others who have the iPearl? I don't like this, especially now, considering our economy. The City of Lawrence response to the utility rate increase is to offer more subsidies to those who qualify, to create bureaucracy to support the effort. Did it occur not to raise rates, maybe to cut the expenses, to put off some projects? You're creating problems, and bigger government doesn't solve them. I see a pattern: create the problem, then claim to fix it. I believe the meters are a violation of equal protection. People should call the utilities department and demand to know what kind of smart meter they have. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Other general public comment on items that are not on the regular agenda?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and first I'd just like to say I think we should decriminalize fentanyl testing strips. I believe Governor Kelly has asked for this. I'm guessing that doesn't go through, but just because the state doesn't do anything doesn't mean the city itself can. I believe Wichita has decriminalized fentanyl testing strips there. But also, I was looking at what's coming on today's agenda, and I noticed that you all aren't appointing anyone to the Community Police Review Board again. It just seems crazy if we have vacancies.
Chris, that's an item that's on the agenda, so if you
So
could,
I guess I'll
Yeah.
pull it.
thank you.
Jeremy Rothkrischel. I wanted to deal with the framework in terms of the agenda items that you're going to be dealing with today, which in many ways have to do with good democratic moves, revitalizing a democracy in the city, both economically but also politically. And in that vein, I want to remind the commission that after you establish the general public comment, it became that you have to comment on something that's germane to the business of the commission. And I just want to remind the commission that the business of the commission is first and foremost the of, by, and for we the people, the business of we the people and our democracy. There's also business of business, but the commission needs to make sure that it doesn't see itself as just some kind of electorally graced homeowners association. And in that vein, I would like to remind the mayor that I've seen, I haven't had time to come down in person, but I've been trying to pay attention to the meetings, and I've noticed that you've referred to this assembly of people, we the people, you could call us members of the public, as the audience. This is not a theater performance. This is not a TV show. There is theater involved in this. There you perform your responsibilities. But this is an assembly. This is protected under the First Amendment. And so I would urge you and ask you to refer to us as the public, the people, those in the assembly, when you're calling for our comment in the future. And in general, I think we need to really widen the scope of how we might want to make our democratic input in this city more vigorous. Thank you.
Other general public comment? Then we'll go to Zoom. Any general public comment?
No, Mayor.
All right, then we will bring it back up to the commission. Start with the consent agenda. Item D, which is items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that the commissioners want to pull off? None? All right, how about members of the audience?
D4.
Member of the public, D1A.
Okay, any others?
Was D4A the...
D4 is the appointment.
Okay, anybody on Zoom? Okay,
No, Mayor.
bring it back to the commission. I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D4A and D1A.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of D1A and D4.
Second.
I got a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll start with D1A, commission meeting minutes.
Jeremy Rothkrischel, Madam Czar, I'm going to call you Madam Czar until you address us as the public or the assembly or the people. The commissariat, I don't know if we're not going to, I'm going to call points of order when you use that unofficial language in relationship to the interested members of the public. We're the legitimate source of any legitimate proceedings here. In terms of the minutes, I'm really concerned about the fact that we still don't have, I don't think, a legitimate, complete record of what goes on at these meetings. If you go click on video, it takes you to a YouTube channel. We know the whole controversy around trying to utilize YouTube as a place for full record, unbiased, First Amendment protected, full audiovisual records of Open Meeting Act required public meetings in terms of the county commission is still cutting out their general public comment. I'm pretty sure the public body has the right of free speech. It has the choice to put out media that it wants, but once it opens a forum, especially in relationship to generating what's meant to be a full record of a public meeting, I don't believe that you can start discriminating against a certain type of commenter. And so I'm glad we backed away from that, although the Vice Czar had supported that when it came up. And the minutes, we still need a written record of the controversies of the day. People can go back and look 10 years ago at the nature of our minutes in this city. The second thing that we need is we need a permanent audio-visual record that's not just YouTube, that any member of the public can easily go and look at. Just go look at the YouTube channel of the city and see if you can really find past city commission meetings easily. You have to go into the agendas and click on a link, and there should be a established record that belongs to the city of the full audio-visual records of these important public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. You want any public comment? I mean, bring it to the commission first. Do we have any questions on this?
Is there anybody online?
Anybody have any questions on the commission side? No. Then we'll ask for comments, public comments on this.
So I sent an email to all of you that your last meeting was cut. Kurt over there cut out the portion where he was focused just right here when I stopped time. You remember when Courtney tried to steal my 4 seconds? That was cut out. And there's about 37 seconds missing out of that recording. That alone is a coma violation because that's what you're relying on as the official record. You've told us time and time again that the reason we don't have minutes is because you're relying on that as the official record. I have a problem with city employees manipulating the official record. We have enough money in the AV budget in this town to fix these audio issues, to correct the view problems. That's an interesting view. So I guess the public doesn't get to see what I'm saying. Look at that. Look at what he's doing there. The public doesn't get to see what I'm saying. So anybody that's reading lips doesn't understand what I'm saying. What kind of shit is that? These are your minutes. And I wonder what he's cut out tonight. Did anybody address those cuts? Did any of you ask any questions about why the video was cut? My video doesn't allow you to cut. And that won't happen anymore without being called out.
Other public comment on this item? Any public comment on Zoom?
Yes. Stephen Watts?
Hi, is my audio functioning?
Yes.
Excellent. I appreciate the fellow citizens in front of me or prior to me talking about these meeting minutes. And it's something that I've been asking about for a couple of years, really ever since Mr. Marcus saw to it that they were eliminated. Seriously, why are there not minutes? I mean, I was just a couple of days ago trying to find some stuff. It took hours and hours and hours because it is not researchable. What is the problem with creating written minutes, a living, breathing, this is what happened, a he said, she said. Okay, I understand it takes time. Yes. Help me to understand why 50 years ago, it could be handwritten and transcribed with a typewriter, manual, not electric, and it cannot be done today with word processing and Dragon software or whatever it is. What is the reasoning behind not having written minutes? I leave you with that question. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Discussion? Okay. We need a motion on this one, Sherry.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Do I need a motion? Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the February 7, 23 City Commission meeting minutes.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll go on to D, 4A, receive appointments.
Before I go into talking about this appointment, I'd like to point out that this appointment, if you guys have gone online, because they don't print it out here, but this appointment is for the Housing Board. Doesn't have anything to do with the CPRB, which is what Chris was about to address during his public comment. So I'm going to demand right now that the mayor stop this meeting and allow Chris to have his 3 minutes of public comment, and then we continue this.
Your time is right now, Michael.
My time is right now, so I assume Chris is just going to be shut down and not given his 3 minutes to speak?
No, he'll get
But
public comment.
is he going to be given 6 minutes to speak? Because we've got a housing authority appointment here. This is not CPRB. It should be CPRB because members are dropping like flies, and I wonder why that is. Could it be the control of the police department being exerted on them? What is it? Lockhart comes in here and controls that meeting, refuses to allow them to go into executive sessions, refuses Minor the opportunity to control his own meeting. Lockhart brings bullshit reports into the CPRB, but you guys can't appoint members. And I know that you have applications. I know that you have untouchable applications that you refuse to even look at. Those voices are needed in the room. Those voices are desperately needed in that room because you're getting one side of the narrative. One side of the narrative is what causes stories in newspapers like what we've seen over the weekend. One-sided narratives is what you're getting at the CPRB. How about we start appointing some members that don't just automatically buy into the BS that Lockhart spins? How about we appoint some members that will actually start asking the questions and pushing the board toward the authority they talk about that they want? Whatever happened to the idea that we were going to expand that to cover more complaints? What happened, Lockhart started voluntarily bringing in his version of a complaint report that we were just supposed to accept and not talk about that anymore. But his version of a complaint report does lack quite a bit of context and
Michael, does this have something to do with the appointing of the boards?
Yes, because you need oversight of the police department.
Okay. That's what I want to hear.
Right, and you're responsible right now, Mayor, for doing those appointments. And the next one that we would see, we would like to see that appointment last longer than less than a month.
Other public comment on this item?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. Well, I was going to make, I guess I'm actually glad you told me to pull this from consent because you don't make comment on general public comment, but you can make comment on stuff that's been pulled from consent agenda. And my question is, if we have people that have filled out an application to be on the Community Police Review Board, why aren't we making appointments? So, I mean, that's a big question. We have, I think, at least 2 vacancies on the Community Police Review Board. And I know there's applications because the person before me just, he's mentioned applying before. And also, I don't know if you've thought about this. Why haven't you reached out to him? Like, okay, I can get why you wouldn't want him on the board. And maybe there's reasons why you might not want some other people on the board that have applied, but have you reached out to them and said, hey, this is the reason why I don't think you'd be good on the board, but if you change your behavior, then you can be on the board? Like, what if you ask Michael, hey, can you quit going around? Because, well, I can understand why he wouldn't be good on the board is if he's going around filming the police, like that's going to be kind of biased if he's on that board. But if you get him to promise to stop going around filming the police, then can he be on the board? Like, I mean, you need to seriously be engaging more with the people that say, hey, I want to be on a board. I want to help, because there are ways in which you can make, in which there's people you might say that they're not capable of being on the board, but I think you could work out differences. And because it's important, because I guess, wasn't it this last police review board meeting's been canceled because they don't have enough members to reach a quorum. So this seems like a pressing issue that we need people on that board. If meetings are being canceled because there aren't enough members, that means you guys are failing at appointing people to the board. Thank you.
No offense to Chris, but the idea that
Any other public comment on this item?
Jeremy Rothkushel, and I agree that the absence of someone for the Community Police Review Board is abhorrent at this point. And it's another demonstration of a basic breakdown of democratic oversight and governance. And I agree with Michael. Like, I agree with what Chris was saying in terms of give people a chance, but I also agree with Michael. It would the police would do a lot better if we had a community police oversight board that included people who keep a hawk eye on what the police are doing with an audiovisual record. And the fact that the Community Police Review Board, it should be an oversight board. We need actual public oversight. The fact that it's all broken down now, it basically has. And one individual who uses a camera and speech has done more actual oversight than what's been allowed to happen on that review board so far. So police, we will have a better community police review board if we actually have oversight from members of the public who see the problems when police are allowed to go into a vacuum of their own creation and are not reminded that they are public servants and they serve we the people. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't hear.
Cutting out like every other.
He's on his way out to fix it right now.
Yeah. So, any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment from Zoom?
Stephen Watts?
Hi, thank you. Is the audio functioning, please?
Yes.
Excellent. You know, I didn't know that this was a police review board item. I didn't see it as that, or when I reviewed it, maybe I missed something. I'm happy that it's here. My citizen patriots before me speak so correctly. However, I have to disagree with one of them, and that is that it is not about prostitution such that the man who films and videos and takes it out to the street has to give that up in order to be a participant.
Stephen, are you talking about a board appointment specifically, or are you just talking about what I'm hearing? Your concern about oversight?
I'm talking about what went on just before me, in addition to the specific appointments that the other gentlemen were speaking to. How is mine any different, what I'm talking about? They're speaking directly about the Citizens Review Board, Mayor. Correct?
Go ahead.
I'm asking. I don't want to disturb you.
I wasn't for sure what direction you were going.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that, why? Because I use the word prostitution. I'm saying to tell that, hey, you can be on the review board provided you do this, that, and the other. It's a quid pro quo. No, that isn't what a citizen review board is all about. In addition to what my good friend before me was talking about, we need a police citizens review board that controls the police, that tells them what to do, when to do, what to do, if to do. It controls the complaint process. It controls the writing of procedures and policies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I understand it will be a cold day in hell when that happens for our town. Irrespective, thank you for the time. I didn't see it in, I still don't. I'm looking at it right now, Mayor. I don't see it. Thank you for your time.
And on public comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Can you bring it back to the commission? Any discussion on this item? All right,
And Mayor, I'll point out that this is just receiving an appointment.
Right.
There weren't any mayor appointments on tonight. It's just notice of the county's appointment to one of the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's typically the mayor appointment section.
Point of order, though. If that's the case,
Michael, you're out of order. Yeah, yeah.
in reference to Chris being shut down during public comment, if this was just receiving that appointment, why was it translated to the CPRB and shutting him down?
Michael, I'm going to ask you to step back. You're out of order, okay? So we're going to move on to regular agenda item number 1. Consider adopting on second and final reading ordinance number 9960, amending City Code, Chapter 10, Article 1, relating to the city's policy against discrimination.
Mayor, would you like me to give a brief overview?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Commissioner, Mayor, this is Zach Friedel, Assistant City Attorney. In front of you, you have Ordinance 9960, and in fact, you have 2 versions of it, so I'm going to talk you through what's in front of you. This has been to you twice before, first on December 13th, 2022, then on January 17th, 2023. At the most recent meeting, you directed staff to address concerns in source of income protections about cash-only sales and concerns raised related to the real estate sections in the ordinance. In response, the current version A is in front of you. So some of the things that you'll notice that are different from the last time you looked at this. In section 10.111.6, it removed source of income from the membership of multiple listing services. After hearing some concerns, it didn't seem appropriate to add that protection specifically related to source of income, so that was removed. In section 10.111.19, it created an exception for cash-only sales and industry-accepted lending practices. In section 10.111.20, it previously just included subsection A. So this version would add subsection B that it does not require the waiver of any security deposit, fee, or similar charge required from all tenants renting rental units from that person, or C, require repairs, improvements, or maintenance to rental units or real estate property not otherwise legally required. And this is consistent with direction that we had provided and answers that we had given in some public forums, but wanted to make it clear in the ordinance that this doesn't require that maintenance to be compliant with this law. There were also some grammatical edits, added source of income in one place in the declaration of policy. And then I'll note that at the end, it changed the effective date to June 1st, 2023. And that's in order for staff to complete education efforts between the passage date and the effective date. So that takes us to version B. So when this ordinance was first introduced, commissioners asked about the possibility of adding immigration status as a protected class. That was another of a recommendation by the Human Relations Commission. Staff said we would look into that possibility and would bring it back to the commission in early February, and so that's where we are today. So this has the same changes from the previous version you saw in version A, but this also adds immigration status as a protected class in several places. It adds section 110 of the City Code regarding public accommodation practices and inserts immigration status as a protected class for public accommodations. Section 4 includes it also in unlawful housing and real property practices. It also has a couple disclaimers. In section 10.111.8, it's not included in the section about loans after hearing from lenders that could cause problems, so it's not included in loan requirements. And finally, in 10.111.21, immigration status protection does not apply where there's a law requiring immigration status as a requirement or condition for receiving a contract, benefit, or service. I'll be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. We'll let everybody get in here.
We can't hear out there, so we're
Yeah. Kurt, are you getting that? You're working on it?
We just can't hear out there.
Yeah, we're...
Mayor, we're going to need you to repeat everything after part B. That's where it's cut out.
Any questions from the commissioners to Zach?
Move on.
Getting that?
I don't want to speak out of turn, so I raised my hand, these guys. So
Yeah. Yeah, hang on.
Can you have Zach repeat, please, what
Yeah.
was said? Everyone
Hang on.
outside could not hear.
Hang on.
And I just want to make sure we're being as ethical as possible.
Hang on. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to get this audio thing taken care of. Checked out. missed.
Mayor, if you'd like me to repeat the version B, I'd be happy to do that.
Excuse me, can we get the door closed, please?
Just making sure that the audio.
Okay, just please shut the door. Yeah, I asked him to, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
All right, Mayor, so version B that you have in front of you adds immigration status as a protected class. When this ordinance was first introduced, the commissioners asked about the possibility of adding immigration status as a protected class and directed staff to return in early February with some possibilities of including that. So that's what you have in front of you in version B. So those include the same changes as version A relating to the previous version that was before the commission with the cutouts for cash-only sales, but there are some additional changes. So in version B, section 3 adds section 110 of the city code regarding public accommodation practices, and it inserts immigration status as a protected class for public accommodations. So in every place you have the list of classes, it would add immigration status. Section 4 also includes immigration status as a protected class in unlawful housing and real property practices. There are a couple exceptions that should be noted as well. In Section 10, 111.8, immigration status is not included in the section about loans after feedback from lenders. There are some loans that wouldn't be unavailable based on immigration status. And 10, 111.21, immigration status protection does not apply when there's a law requiring immigration status as a requirement or condition for receiving a contract, benefit, or service. And I'll be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Then we'll take it out to the audience. Any public comment on this item?
See, we're still the audience. I'm Alchemy Roanoke. I'm speaking in favor of passing version B of this ordinance. Last time I spoke on this issue, several landlords expressed hurt feelings that I called them greedy. I take that back. It is of little concern whether or not individual landlords are themselves greedy people. The concern is that the class of landlords, and yes, they are class, is parasitic. And I would like to take some time today to address the Commission the concerns that some landlords raised last month in a plea to put their investment over their tenants' lives. Several landlords expressed that they do work. Their job as a landlord requires them to maintain their properties, and they frequently have to spend lots of money on it. However, that is simply what you do when you have your own property. Those of us who own cars have to maintain them, sometimes quite expensively. That's not a job. The reality is that if they did not make a profit off of landlording, they would not be doing it. Some landlords like to act as if the landlord and tenant are equal, as though they enter into a free agreement of their own choosing for their mutual benefit. This is an illusion. Who writes the leases? Who sets the application fees? Who sets the criteria to discriminate against people with criminal records, undocumented immigrants, or people with low credit scores? Who decides the amount of rent due each month? The answers to these questions will reveal the stark power imbalance between landlord and tenant. Several landlords raise the fear of adding risk to their business. Every business takes risks. But rarely do we hear about the risks taken by workers and tenants. The risks that tenants take are predicated on the threat of homelessness if they do not comply with bizarre, punitive, and frequently arbitrary measures in leases written by landlords with no input from the tenants. Honestly, I should have brought a copy of my lease to show you guys some of the bizarre and arbitrary measures in it. Several landlords and other people aligned with real estate interests have bemoaned that this measure will drop property values. Good. High property values make home ownership unreachable for the vast majority of tenants. Furthermore, rising property values increases property tax, which is a burden both on homeowners and tenants, as tenants have to pay more rent to cover the cost of the landlord's increased property taxes. The fact that the bottom line of real estate agencies and landlords is even placed in the same level of importance as providing housing to human beings is beyond absurd and only makes sense if you understand the contours of the class warfare being waged across the city. Despite all this, there's actually been no evidence that source of income protection drops property values at all. Landlords like to say that they provide housing. This is false. They buy up the available housing, driving up the cost of living, and then ransom that housing back to us for more than it's worth. Landlords, as much as real estate companies, hold housing hostage. I also find it fascinating that while landlords are losing ground on this issue, other real estate interests such as brokers have stepped up to the plate to stall this progressive measure. To me, this just shows how their interests are so deeply aligned. Several landlords stated that they wanted everyone to be housed, but that this ordinance is just not the way to do that. I notice that I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to say, This ordinance will save lives. Pass version B of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Come on up. You're okay. Thank you. You're back.
Hi there. I would like to point out how concerning it is that this...
Your name, ma'am?
My name?
Yeah.
Vivica Price.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to point out how concerning it is that this decision was delayed until the problem parties could have a say. If I were married and my spouse injured me on purpose, would you start to give me treatment, or would you first turn around and ask my spouse if it were okay to treat my injuries? No. I was the one injured, not my spouse. Furthermore, the spouse is the abuser. Here we have a group of landlords and real estate owners, and why are they here? For what purpose does their input serve? These are the ones responsible for the discrimination that occurred in the first place. It is the landlords who refuse to accept housing vouchers and leave people without a place to call home. It is the landlords who charge $700 for a studio apartment filled with wood rot and cockroaches. It is the real estate companies who work with the banks to foreclose and resell people's homes at extraordinary prices. $500,000 for a shipping container house in one of the more impoverished areas of Lawrence. This is gentrification, and for years I've seen and heard many I know say it is not, but here it is, and here in this room are the ones responsible for it. Responsible for the rise in houselessness and responsible for the bougie attitude breeding and contempt for our homeless and disenfranchised community members. This proposal is one of the few solutions on paper Lawrence has due to Kansas's preemptive laws, and this would be a direct way of housing people and providing protections for some of our most vulnerable. It should be approved with no further delay. And I think it's time to defund the police. Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? Other public comment on this item?
Hello, my name is Christopher. I want to start by saying that housing is a human right. It's right there at the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs pyramid, along with air, water, and food. Being a landlord by its very nature is exploitative and immoral. What they do is prioritize maximizing monetary gain over human life. They're exploiting the most vulnerable populations. The fact that any one person could own like 17 homes when there's people here in Lawrence who don't own one, I find is disgusting personally. People complain about having to see our unhoused population. The way we fix the issue is not by further discriminating, but by housing people. Sheltering is not a long-term solution. I've seen firsthand how much the people at LCS care. These are modern-day saints, as far as I'm concerned. The shelter is just a Band-Aid solution, something that should be short, temporary, and one time. Long-term solution to homelessness is moving people into housing and supporting them. Unfortunately, the system is stacked against people. What they're trying to do is continue systematic discrimination of a marginalized population, continuing to make it impossible for people to live. This may mean a little more paperwork for landlords, but it's literally a line between life and death for some people. And you get your money either way with housing vouchers, honestly, just accept them. I would ask landlords to stop being privileged, parasitic ghouls for 1 minute and actually care about their human beings. Thank you.
My name is Lacey Rowe, and I'm here as a member of Sanctuary Alliance. We support adding immigration as a protected class to the Chapter 10 Anti-discrimination ordinance. We are firstly thankful to the city staff and commissioners for listening to the community and adding language in support of our immigrant neighbors. It has come to our attention that there is a letter refuting this ordinance, including immigration as a protected class, citing harboring of illegal persons as the reason to decline the passage of Draft B. They cite Federal Statute 8 U.S.C. 1324 and the 11th Circuit case of the United States v. Perez relating to an instance of human smuggling. What they failed to mention are the following. 1, there is no federal law that prevents a landlord from renting to an individual based on their immigration status. In fact, it is every person's right to be protected by the Fair Housing Act. A person's immigration status does not affect their federal fair housing rights or responsibilities under the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. 2, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, harboring involves substantially aiding an individual in remaining in the U.S. and concealing them from authorities. Similar definitions have been used in the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th Circuit courts. In fact, there is no federal definition of harboring, and the cases mentioned by this individual and the parties they represent all were egregious cases of harboring and did not merely enter into a rental agreement with a person having status as an immigrant. Additionally, in the 2012 case of Del Rio Mochi v. Connolly Props, the 3rd Circuit Court concluded that harboring requires some act that obstructs the government's ability to discover the undocumented person, and that it is highly unlikely that that landlords renting apartments to people lacking lawful status could, without more, satisfy the court's definition of harboring. 3, HUD can investigate complaints alleging that a landlord inquired into a person's immigration status or citizenship to see whether national origin discrimination occurred. Penalties for violation of the Fair Housing Act, regardless of immigration status, can include civil penalties of up to $16,000 for a first violation, increasing to $65,000 for third violations. In cases brought by the Justice Department, the civil penalties can be up to $150,000. 4, the letter asserts multiple times that landlords, nonprofits, and the city itself would be exposed to criminal liability by passing this ordinance. However, the ordinance does not legalize, nor does it encourage, harboring people. We ask you to disregard the fear-mongering tactics of those with power and privilege. We ask you to vote to pass the revisions to Chapter 10 and include immigration status as a protected class. Pass Draft B. Thank you. We have more details in the letter that we submitted in the agenda package. And that just has more of the details on the definition.
Thank you, Lacey. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gabby Sprague. And I'm reading a letter on behalf of Sam Mollison Natale, who's the executive director of Kansas Holistic Defenders and also a lawyer there. You have in front of you in the red folder the copy of that letter. A disclaimer that me and the other person reading this letter on behalf of Sam are not lawyers, but we're reading it obviously on behalf of Sam, who is a lawyer. Dear Mayor Larson, city commissioners, and city staff, I am writing as an attorney and an advocate for tenants' rights in Lawrence to address some very shoddy misconceptions put forward by the landlords of Lawrence. Landlords of Lawrence filed a memorandum claiming that ordinance number 9,960, prohibition of discrimination on the basis of immigration status in the provision of rental housing, would expose landlords to criminal liability. We write to challenge these landlords' claims and show that the city commission that their memorandum is a fear-mongering mischaracterization of federal law. The landlords have inadvertently shown the commission that they have no legal basis to challenge the ordinance. The cases that the landlords cite in the memorandum are ridiculously inapplicable. Take, for example, U.S. against de Guzman, which the landlords describe as pertaining to a landlord being convicted for shared housing accommodations in the basement of her house, for which she charged tenants between $200 to $250 per month in rent. In reality, the woman convicted in that case recruited computer programmer analysts to come to the United States from the Philippines and promised to pay for the men's transportation to the United States, their additional training, some cash advances, and their housing. That is hardly the story of a local landlord convicted for merely renting her basement without discriminating on the basis of immigration status. Similarly, take U.S. against Aguilar, which the landlords describe as being about a landlord who was convicted of 13 counts of harboring her tenants. In reality, the landlord was running a boarding house with 26 people living in it and had been warned by an inspector more than 5 times that she could not have that number of people living in the house. The landlord also allegedly paid a coyote $3,500 to bring her tenant to the United States. Regardless of the immigration status of her tenants, if this landlord was in Lawrence, Kansas, then she would have violated the Lawrence City Code by renting to more than 3 unrelated persons in a single-family zoning district or 4 unrelated persons in a multi-family zoning district. This 26 boarding house is hardly a comparable scenario to a local landlord merely renting to a tenant without discriminating on the basis of immigration status. And I'll hand the rest over to a friend.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Micah Cox. I am the Director of Operations for Kansas Holistic Defenders. Once again, not an attorney. I do want to make also a disclaimer. The following quoting sources that I will be quoting in this next bit of public comment are using outdated and offensive language, referring to undocumented people. This does not reflect the views of KHD nor myself or my partner who also read before me. And we would like to use, we are going to read direct quotes from this, but undocumented is the appropriate way to refer to our friends and neighbors here in this community. The landlords also ignored large portions of the National Lawyers Guild source that they cited. Importantly, they ignored the author's point that when courts do find a landlord in violation of immigration law, the courts are usually focused on the landlord's additional unscrupulous activities, such as a landlord smuggling non-citizen individuals into the U.S. while arranging sham marriages for the tenants, or attempting to intervene or delay an impeding immigration investigation by hiding or disguising the non-citizen. Further, the landlords ignore these cases that the authors highlight where the courts held that landlords did not violate federal immigration law. Such cases include apartment complex property managers who were simply renting apartments to individuals who lacked formal immigration documents. In this case, the court emphasized it is highly unlikely that a landlord's renting of an apartment to an alien lacking lawful immigration status could ever, without more, satisfy this definition of harboring. Renting an apartment in the normal course of business is not in itself conduct that prevents the government from detecting an alien's presence. Clearly, so as long as landlords are not arranging sham marriages for tenants or smuggling their tenants across the border, the landlord's claims that landlords who are merely renting to a tenant without discrimination on the basis of immigration status will face federal prosecution is a fear-mongering mischaracterization of federal law. The good news is that these landlords hired a highly qualified attorney to bring these arguments. And these bad arguments are the very best that they were capable of. Inadvertently, by making these weak arguments, these landlords have assured the commission that there is no better argument that they could make in court. This memorandum is a public announcement that the landlords have no legal basis to challenge this law and should be taken as a resounding reassurance of the ordinance's legality. You should feel assured that the city stands on strong legal, moral, and ethical grounds to move forward with this necessary and prudent ordinance. Yours sincerely, Sam Allison Natale.
Okay. Other public comment on this item? Other public comment?
Hello, my name is Rowan Schering. This is the third time I'm here about this, and the third time you are all here about this. And I'm asking you for the third time to please adopt ordinance number 9960, because it would be a really important step towards making sure that people who are working poor, disabled, or elderly have access to housing in our community, because those people deserve access to housing in our community. There's a lot of data indicating that source of income ordinances are very effective for reducing the number of rejected applicants just on the basis of what their source of income is, and that it helps get through waiting lists a little bit faster, and that it helps people lease up faster. So now that some of the kinks from the previous meeting have been ironed out, I would ask you to go ahead and adopt it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Amy. I am a disabled person who is going to use a chair, and hopefully this is better than the TV outside. I would also like to request that my time is not started until I am accessibly able to address the commission. Yes, thank you. Last meeting, I shared a little bit about what life is like as a disabled person, having to manage numerous jobs with the possibility of income discrimination. But this time I'm going to tell you about my dad. My dad's one of the kindest, most caring people I've ever met on this earth. Through middle school and high school, he usually worked several jobs at once to make sure we had basic needs covered. He was sleep deprived all the time, overexerted all the time, stressed all the time. Having to worry about whether or not your income source is good enough for people, those are the kinds of things that make life even harder for families like mine. My dad worked far past the limits of what a man his age should have. And the year after I graduated, he had a heart attack during one of those jobs. When most peers were getting ready for their first fun college break with family, I spent time cradling my dying father on the floor. He worked to death and ultimately died alone in surgery. Do you know I've spent the better part of a decade hearing people tell me he deserved better while doing absolutely nothing to make sure that A, there are extra available resources, and B, that you can use what resources you can get, how you need, without discrimination. It's nice that this commission has the time to stall and make sure that they don't leave too much of a bad taste in the mouth of landlords who would really like to retain the ability to discriminate against people and families like mine. But this is time people often do not have. Weeks and days make a difference. You're looking for a perfect solution where landowners aren't angry at these basic human rights. There isn't one. I'm asking you to stop drawing this out at our expense.
Other public comment on this item?
My name is Emily Willis Stewart, and I am a associate broker at McGrew Real Estate. When I went this week, or the last 2 weeks, I wanted to gain some knowledge because I wanted to see what I thought was the issue that was leading to homelessness. I got to meet with some partners at the Douglas County Housing Authority. One of the things I learned is that there's a voucher for children who are exiting foster care. It covers 36 months of housing, which also covers their utility assistance, and the requirement is a $0 income. This would allow them to access their rights that are given to them through the state of Kansas for their college, for a lot of things. When I sat down and I looked at what I think as a real estate agent may cause homelessness, I go back to thinking that the services and connecting people to these services are what's really the real issue of the problem. I have a friend who exited foster care, and they were not given, the right paper was not filed for their status. That caused them to not be able to enter legally into that system. So I've had a conflict of self through this process, because really it boils back down to these services that were needed for this person in need of care were not received. And that even as a landlord, that to me is a lot to digest. Connecting to the services, when I ask Housing Authority how many children or how many adults that had exited foster care were receiving this, they said 0. When I talked to Rebecca Buford from Tenants to Homeowners, she said that they had 3 vacant units available for children who have aged out of foster care. Under the age of 23, if you've aged out of foster care and you're homeless, you need to go seek services to connect you to them. That is coming from a landlord of Lawrence. When I went through the Douglas County Housing Authority packet, my father is an affordable housing builder here in Douglas County. It's really hard to do that job in Douglas County when you can't get your subdivisions to pass through the city. That was the same thing that I was told from Rebecca Buford. She has 500 units that she is waiting and that she has money for to put into service. 500 units in 15 different locations for supportive housing models.
Ma'am, go ahead and just address the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. From a landlord of Lawrence. If my friends cannot get housed and my family cannot build housing to create more housing for rental units or dwellings, owner occupants, whatever may have you, to me,
Time.
it's a lack.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emily.
Hello, my name is Anna Wright. I'm a Lawrence resident, landlord, and real estate agent. When considering the issue here is to get more citizens in housing, removing the source of income verification will not solve the housing disparities our community faces. Source of income discrimination has not been proven to be the great divisor. If there was an issue here, the number of voucher recipients and leases wouldn't be well above the Kansas national average. According to the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, 96% of Douglas County voucher recipients are in lease agreements. This issue is not indicative of landlord's lack of compliance. Lawrence Douglas County voucher recipients have not seen an upward trend in unused vouchers on the street, as is trending nationally and in Kansas. Many of these landlords are the ones who have instead been steadfast chaperones to these assistant programs for decades. What we're seeing here is a reflection of our local real estate market. Such strict guidelines for growth has allowed the growing disparity in affordable housing. When the market does not allow for upward mobility of homeowners, it puts even more strain on the rentals as more people are forced to rent. Adding to the scarcity is continuing to allow portal or transfer voucher options from other cities. I've even had cases where the resident is at greater risk in terms of their short-term assistance, as it puts them at higher risk of eviction when they are in something they can't afford once the assistance stops. Being born in South America and immigrating to the United States, I fully have an open heart in believing everyone needs a safe place to lay their head at night. However, this ordinance, if followed as written, would force us to outwardly break federal law in harboring known non-citizens. I see the good intentions with this ordinance. However, in practice, it exposes the landlords and the city to avoidable legal litigation, which is why I urge the city to reconsider their approach. It is very obvious this is a tiered approach, and it is unbecoming of a representative government to not share the full scope of work, as removing source of income verification when targeting affordable housing issues is a short-sighted patch that does not address the root cause, but will cause an even larger disconnect in affordability in the end. I do not believe we have done our due diligence here since the ordinance inceptions in failing to include key players like landlords, Lawrence Board of Realtors, and lawyers to discover where the real disconnect is in our housing market and how to create a clear and legal approach that would increase housing opportunities in Lawrence, thus widening the window for affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
My name's Nicole, a Lawrence resident. I just wanted to add to what was said that although we all have a heart for people that are not in a home, not safe in a home, the issue of adding to the policy ignoring immigration status as a protected class, that basically means that we are going to give illegal immigrants entitlements that taxpayers are paying for. This disenfranchises tax-paying Americans. Undocumented immigrants who have always been known as illegal aliens are not Americans and are not entitled to the benefits of we the people's hard-earned taxpayer dollars. I propose we talk about using those dollars to house some disabled homeless veterans. It is ominous and shameful that our country's finest heroes who put their lives on the line to protect all of us are not at the top of Lawrence Commissioner's policy list. And then I'd also just like to add that demonizing landlords, I don't think is fair. They're just hardworking, tax-paying Americans. They're feeling the effects of inflation and less money in the pocket like everybody. And I don't think it's fair to say that all of them are bad people and they're just out to take advantage of disadvantaged people, more disadvantaged. So I think that's unfair just to label all of them in that way.
Thank you, Nicole. Other public comment on this item?
Good evening. My name is Linda Long. I want to thank you for your time and attention that you guys have given the ordinance. I'm asking instead of a vote tonight that you allow more time to look into this. It's still too broad of an ordinance as landlords. Some of us still are unsure of how this will work for our small businesses. I feel we are being judged as landlords. The thought process is we don't have jobs. We don't know what it's like to work, and that we're rich and that we owe something to society. The reality is we pay our taxes. We choose to help where we can, along with many of us working multiple jobs to keep a minimal standard of living. Because we do work with tenants to help them when life isn't fair. If this passes, there will be no more help. Rent across town will go up, and the services to our tenants are used to getting will be no more. I love my tenants, and I don't want to become this person, but there will be no choice. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Linda.
I think I just got to speak up here about the fact that you're being held hostage again. You have a local attorney who took his own time to advise this commission. But you have landlords and real estate agents that have paid an attorney to give an opinion that has already been argued against quite effectively, I think. But the idea that a landlord would stand up at this podium and threaten that they're going to become a slumlord and treat people bad because they don't have a choice, I find that offensive.
Other public comment on this item?
I'm Mary Beth Harmon. I just want to say that is not what that lady was saying. She was just simply trying to tell you how she felt she was going to have to deal with this. We have homeless people that are telling us how they're going to have to deal with this. Listen to us also. We have a problem here. I don't want these people on the street. But also, I don't want them put down. I don't want the landlords criticized and demonized. That is not what this lady was saying. I'm going to read what I planned to come and read. After everything that's been said, I think a lot of people won't care. But I'm just wanting to tell you how I run my small business. It is a business. It isn't that I'm trying to be horrible to people. I will begin. I'm Mary Beth Harmon. I have a small business. My husband and I have been landlords for over 50 years. We do our best to provide good housing and service for our tenants. It is important to screen our tenants. We do credit and background checks, also rental references and income verification. We also need to check on income to make sure it's lawful. It is important to have good tenants in the neighborhood. This is just things that we have done over the last 50 years, and we've been trying to be good taxpayers and to be good in the city of Lawrence and do what they want. We are now facing an eviction because one of our tenants was on a voucher. It ran out of money in 6 months. The tenant cannot pay the rent for 2 months now. This is a very rare occurrence for us. We do not like this for the tenant. We don't like her to go through this, nor us. Vouchers do run out of money. I'm very concerned about Form B on immigration. I realize that I've been told I shouldn't be. There should be no problem. I've also been told, yes, there could be. Because of conflict with federal...
Mary Beth, I'm sorry you're out of time, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Adam Hall. I'm the attorney for Landlords of Lawrence. It is important and it is appropriate to serve the interests of those using funds from lawful governmental programs or charities to help pay their rent, and to enact ordinances that make our community welcoming. It's not appropriate to enact an ordinance that runs afoul of the Constitution or puts landlords and others at risk of federal criminal prosecution or requires Lawrencians to violate federal immigration law. Ordinance 9960 is designed to protect vulnerable populations from discriminatory housing practices. But because of problems with the form of the ordinance as it exists now, and as described in our memoranda, those protections are illusory and materially unenforceable. And worse, the ordinance is confusing and misleading to tenants and landlords who want certainty in understanding their respective legal rights and obligations. Landlords of Lawrence has proposed revisions to the ordinance that are necessary to ensure its compliance with the constitutional guarantee of due process and strengthen its enforceability against violators. Our proposed revisions to the ordinance are consistent with the 2017 American Bar Association policy statement on discrimination in housing on the basis of lawful source of income and the regulations promulgated by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. But those revisions are not present in Form A for consideration before this commission today. Proposed Form B of the ordinance regarding immigration status discrimination in the provision of rental housing in Lawrence should not be adopted. Federal law, specifically 8 United States Code 1324 A1 A3, makes it a crime to knowingly or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, harbor or attempt to harbor such alien in any place, including any building. Adopting Form B would expose Lawrence landlords to criminal penalties and others to vicarious criminal liability, including local government and nonprofit entities. It is important to balance the interest of all parties involved and find a solution that is legally sound, fair, and just. But the sound, fair, and just solution is not the ordinance under consideration tonight in either of its forms. So we urge you to not adopt Ordinance 9960 when the matter is called for vote.
Other public comment on this item?
Good evening, Commissioners, and happy Valentine's Day. My name is Gabby Boyle. I've been researching this policy for about 2 years now. Firstly, I want to thank you for your effort in pushing this forward. I know this meeting is likely to go past my bedtime, and I have the freedom to leave, so I appreciate you all. I do have some responses to the recommendations made by Adam Hall on behalf of the Lawrence landlords. Firstly, Mr. Hall recommended striking the provision which makes unlawful the refusal of or compliance with administrative requirements of assistance programs. He claimed that this was an unnecessary provision and one that was unique to Lawrence alone. However, 20 municipalities have similar or even identical language, including Denver, Colorado, Marion, Iowa, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Westerville, Whitehall, Worthington, all in Ohio, the state of Massachusetts, and the state of Rhode Island. The primary resistance to this language is likely the perceived burden on landlords that these requirements create, which landlords have repeatedly cited as a barrier to housing certain tenants. However, all legal challenges to source of income laws on the basis of perceived burden or economic hardship have been decided in favor of this city and in fact have been found to, quote, provide landlords with an easy ground upon which to evade compliance, rendering source of income laws meaningless. That's a quote from Armin H. Merrigan. These specific cases are actually cited throughout the research packet that you all have already been provided. With regards to the proposed safe harbor additions, which would allow the unspecific use of additional screening practices, research shows that this would essentially nullify the ordinance or at least severely weaken it. Safe harbor provisions are relatively rare in the 100-plus ordinance you all have already reviewed and researched, and research has proven time and time again that those commonly used screening practices do not accurately predict a tenant's ability to pay rent. In addition, data shows they create a disparate impact among marginalized communities, most notably Black and Indigenous Americans. If the Commission deems this sort of provision necessary, we must amend the language recommended by Mr. Hall to ensure that the landlord's screening practices, one, demonstrably prove that their screening practices are actually explicitly related to a tenant's ability to pay rent, and two, allow a tenant to provide supplemental materials documenting their ability to pay rent if screening criteria does not reflect that. For instance, an individual may have a low credit score due to outstanding medical bills, as I did for several years, and they may be automatically disqualified from housing because of that low credit score. However, the landlord would not be considering their strong rental history, financial support provided by family members, or even steady income from a freelance career. Amending the ordinance with the language Mr. Hall proposes would create a legal outlet for landlords to continue unfairly denying housing to the folks in our community who need it the most, and would render this ordinance meaningless. Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? Other public comment?
Good evening. So first off, I'd like to...
Sir, your name, please?
I'm so sorry.
That's
My name's
okay.
Kyle. I'm with the Ballard Center. I've never read off my phone before, so you'll have to apologize me. I usually just wing it. So first off, I'd like to formally request that tomorrow, Wednesday, February 15th, be declared Valentine's Day in the city of Lawrence to get me off the hook for making my wife wait until tomorrow for a Valentine's Day to be here tonight. I'd appreciate that. My name's Kyle. I'm with the Ballard Center. See, my fault was I wrote my introduction in the second paragraph. I think it's so important to have the perspective from the ground level, the social service level in this debate. We not only understand the needs of the most vulnerable in our community, but we work with landlords day in and day out. We understand the perspective they're coming from too. So we see both sides of it. And at the end of the day, when the dust settles tonight, landlords, we still want to work with you.
Sir, please address the commission. Thank you.
When the dust settles, we still have to work together. I think that's what I'm trying to say. And how this is being framed, us versus them, I know there's a lot of passion. Trust me, I am incredibly passionate about this issue. I support passing option B, but I also want to make sure that we all understand moving forward that we're going to have to make collective sacrifice to address the housing issue in our community. And we can't let a vote tonight get in the way of us continually working together. Our housing issues are not new. They've gotten dramatically worse since housing options in Lawrence have decided to no longer participate in voucher programs. It has just a devastating impact on the most vulnerable, but also the agencies that support the most vulnerable. Without housing options, it impacts us as well. My staff are exhausted every day. We tripled our output with crisis funding last year and did not make a dent in the amount of families we can serve each month. Think about that. A lot of it's because people are pulling out on the vouchers. It's happened so much recently. My staff look at me, they're exhausted every day, and they still ask me how other people are doing. You know, they're overworked, they're burnt out, they're red in the eyes, but they ask how others are doing. My staff has skin in the game. And unless everyone in this community has skin in the game on this issue, we're never going to get through this together. So landlords, as I stated last time, I know a lot of small landlords are here opposing this. If your tenants have issues, my name's Kyle. I'm with the Ballard Center. I would love to speak with you so we could be part of that solution. We support this ordinance. And after tonight, let's keep...
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you. Other public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Davey, Governmental Affairs Director for the Lawrence Board of Realtors.
As I've said before, the Lawrence Board of Realtors supports accessible and affordable housing for everybody in our community. And when I was here in January, I talked a little bit about the broader implications of this ordinance into the real estate sales market. At that point, I asked that you pass a more narrowly tailored ordinance targeted to the protection that you actually want to provide, or better yet, incentivize the behavior that you desire. I'm appreciative that you've listened, asked questions, and asked staff to bring back some revisions. However, I'm disappointed that the revised ordinance before you tonight still contains much of the same overreach and unintended consequence. For example, Section 10-111.1 still applies source of income to the brokerage of real estate, which takes away a broker's discretion in who to represent or not represent as may be most prudent to their business. Section 10-111.3 applies source of income broadly to terms and conditions of sales, creating the practical result of stripping parties and realtors of the ability to negotiate specific terms and conditions based on the specific necessities of the parties or the property in the transaction. Real estate transactions are unique and fluid, and parties have to have the ability to negotiate different terms and conditions without fear of facing a claim of discrimination. Moreover, the revised ordinance before you tonight contains language which is contradictory on its face. Specifically, Section 10-111.13 makes it a violation to refuse to comply with the administrative requirements of any assistance, benefit, or subsidy program. But then, Section 10-111.20C now says that this ordinance does not require repairs, improvements, or maintenance not otherwise legally required by city code or applicable laws and regulations of the state of Kansas. For example, down payment assistance with federal home funds can require a seller to make repairs in order for the buyer to qualify for their assistance. If I, as a seller, refuse to make the required repairs, is that a violation of Section 10-111.13? Or am I protected by the new 111.20C? VA loans have stricter minimum property requirements. FHA loans have specific requirements that could require repairs. And it's unclear from the language that's currently before you if that is now a requirement or not. But again, I come to you tonight with good news, and that is that you can remove all of these uncertainties, all of these issues, and still provide the rental protection that all of these other folks have asked you to provide. I submitted to you all and to the city attorney's office proposed language redlined into the previous draft, which would include the rental protections that have been proposed while addressing the concerns of the real estate community.
Time.
I think that's a fair
Thank you, Danny.
compromise.
Thank you.
We would ask that you
Other public comment on this item?
It's over here. Okay. Hi, I'm Jasmine Bates, not speaking on behalf of any organization that you may associate with me tonight. I'm in support of Draft B being passed and being passed immediately tonight. If there's amendments needed, I think those can be done later, as you had the option to do last month. And I just want to use my time. I don't really have anything to add other than to dispute some earlier statements. Housing is not an entitlement that should only be provided to tax-paying citizens. It is something that I and many others in this country consider to be a human right. Housing issues are also something that our commissioners campaigned on solving. The city does put lots of money into social services. As Kyle from the Ballard Center said earlier, social services alone cannot solve the housing issues that we face. We need smart policies with strong enforcement from our local government. Protections like this have been in place in the United States since the 70s, the 1970s, and have been heavily researched and shown to be effective. I would also say that this issue we're considering is not the same as needing more units, and it's not the same as the zoning issues that we face, which are real, and I think the city is working to address. What this is about is ending discrimination, and it's about effective use of current housing units and future units that are built. It is about continuing to receive funding for housing assistance in our community. If our voucher utilization continues to fall, which it is falling, the Housing Authority could be given a lower funding amount, and then we would not be able to help people access the housing that we are working so hard to build. So I hope that you will pass this and pass it tonight.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item? Hi.
Good evening, Melinda Levon. I'm here tonight as the, chair of the Democratic Party of Douglas County, Kansas. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you for the community date night, I guess. And sorry to Kyle's wife. I feel like it's my duty tonight to read a little bit from the platform of the Kansas Democratic Party because all of you, as I recall, were elected as Democrats, so this is our shared platform and it is pertinent to this housing ordinance. Quote, Democrats believe a government has a responsibility to promote policies that provide economic and social justice, including access to health care, clean environment, safe workplaces, and homes. Government also has a responsibility to improve the human condition, and that's what this ordinance is really about. Kansas Democrats support, quote, adequate funding of social service programs that will provide accessible, quality health care, child care, advanced paternity and maternity leave policies, provide tax credits for child care, and expand low-income housing. That is directly from the platform. Also, quote, private for-profit businesses should not motivate the provision of vital public services, and many in the community do see housing as a vital public service. There are lots of different types of vouchers that people have talked about tonight, like the veterans vouchers, or I know we've talked about the domestic violence vouchers before as well. So those would all be included, right, in this ordinance. Also out of the platform, it says, quote, Kansas Democrats support an end to loopholes and exemptions that favor the wealthiest Kansans and corporations while leaving the working Kansans to bear the burden. So we are very concerned about the working class who are more likely to be tenants and affected by the housing ordinance. I also don't find the argument people are making that this is really going to affect very many landlords in Lawrence. If you look at the going rate for 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom places in town, many places are renting for above what the housing authority is allowed to produce a voucher at that level. So many places in town will not be affected by this ordinance whatsoever. Landlords still have the right to set their rent at whatever they want, whatever the market can bear. That's part of running a business. But it's also, again, just many rental units in town will not be affected by the ordinance because we don't have rent control, right? That's illegal under state law now. So they can always just put the rent at what they need. So I find B, that ordinance as it's written, to be in line with those democratic values.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other public comment on this item?
Thank you, Jeremy Roth-Cushel. This ordinance is a very good start in terms of addressing what I think is going to take a philosophical and deeply political approach over the long term to actually figure out, which has to do with what are natural rights and how are they related to the commons. And obviously access to land, we didn't create the land. It was pre-existing. We create our homes. People have created houses, people have created different buildings, thus they can recoup the costs of creating those buildings, but the land is pre-existing. The air is pre-existing. The water is pre-existing. We know that this is a major issue when we look at what just happened in East Palestine, Ohio, when there's a threat to the commons of the air, the water, and the land over a pretty big region. And so over time, this ordinance will help us move in the direction of really beginning to re-land back, to quote Daniel Wildcat, our indigenous rights, all of us as indigenous peoples in this place and this time, to be able to reside on land. And I brought it up before, I will bring it up again, that there's a much bigger issue beyond just renters and landlords, and that's the way that land is owned and held. and that we have a lot of absentee landholders, basically squatters on land who own it and don't do much of anything with it. We saw this happen when the city got in bed with an eventual felon developer, and a lot of people made money on the purchase of the land of Rock Chalk Park. We've seen this whole thing with the South Lawrence Traffic Way in terms of KDOT spending too much of its money reimbursing land owners for their land and didn't have enough money to properly build the highway. So we need to look again at a land value tax-based system that taxes the inherent value of land and not the property on it. And that way, everybody, business owners, renters, and landlords can basically create enough value in relationship to the public investment in and the common value in that pre-existing piece of land, and then everybody's natural rights can be met. But this is going to take some vision over time to begin thinking in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Woolsey. I go by Jen. I just wanted to let y'all know, I don't know if you're aware, that on September 14th, while employed with the city, I got to be a part of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. It was their annual Capitol Hill Day. And so part of that, so everyone knows, it's the Network Urban Pathways and Care for the Homeless, among with providers and advocates with lived experience from across New York State, met with representatives and also throughout the country from 20 congressional offices, urging them to support two budget priorities: $3.6 billion in overall funding for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD, and then homeless assistance grants, and then $32.1 billion for the tenants-based rental assistance account. So part of that ask, again, was we, as a group of providers and advocates, asked legislators to approve $32.1 billion for this next year for housing choice vouchers. That is to continue funding them, but that's also to put new money into these programs so that we can provide additional vouchers. And so we've heard tonight people talk about, we're above average of taking and this and that. And we've also talked about, additional funding, and that there could be a loss of funding if vouchers are not being able to be used and landlords are not accepting them. So as a whole, we have the potential as a community to access additional funding. We talk a lot about funding for the homelessness, situation. And we all know that housing is the final solution. So federal government is making some huge moves to be able to support this and to be able to provide that housing. What we need, though, is municipalities on this level to pass ordinances like the one presented tonight, so that everyone can be able to access housing, and that we as a community can access that funding so that we can access that housing for our most vulnerable population. And I'm not here to villainize landlords. Landlords are fine. I'm here to advocate for the unsheltered, the houseless, those that live within poverty. We see every day where they're villainized. I just say, let's stop villainizing everyone and let's come together as a community. One Lawrence, let's do better. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item?
My name's Rod Lang, local home builder since '88. Pretty much bought my first house in '78 and '76, somewhere in there, and had my first rental before 1980. So I've been around a long time in the rental business here, and I can tell you that this has been quite a shocker for me tonight to witness all of what's going on. I mean, I feel like I'm a bad landlord right now. And I've had good relations with just about everybody throughout all the years, and it's been many. We have problems with costs. New construction costs are out of sight. Taxes have gone up. Insurance has gone up, every expense has gone up. So it makes it difficult to provide, affordable housing. And that's the real problem here for everyone. We've just got to find the right line and way to get there. I do have concerns about things like, as a home builder, you can't use PECs for water lines in the rentals. Well, I've been using PECs for 5 to 10 years through the city code right now, so we against the city code. I mean, there's little problems here and there in some of this stuff that needs to be looked at. Form B, the illegal immigration scenario of it. I don't like seeing y'all present to write laws or write policies that we have to follow that are against federal law. And I think that you need to throw that thing out and bring it back in better form. I mean, it's not your right to make us not conform to federal law. I hope that you listen to Adam Hall. He's researched this quite a bit. He's trying to help you all write something that will keep all of us out of court. We don't want to find out 5 years later that, that the tenants lost money, the landlords lost money, and lawyers made all the money. I'm a little upset about how much bleed over there is from all the requirements that just blows me away to, I've had no problems renting houses for all these years, and now I have to walk on tippy toes watching out for the glass because I might say something wrong. I might ask the wrong request. Do you have a job? Do you have income? You got a car? You got a driver's license? I mean, things that...
Time.
How many of you are there?
Thank you. Thank you, Rod, for your time.
Hi, my name is Christina Gentry. I'm a resident. I wasn't going to speak tonight. Kind of got in my feelings a little bit because I used to rent from Rob Lang, 904 the Forest Avenue, right off of 19th Taskell. I used to rent from him. It was a greenhouse. It was in the corner lot. 2 bedrooms and a long hallway. In the middle of winter time, myself and my 5 kids were without heat. We had to,
Christina, thank you. Thank you.
We had to use a generator, and we put the generator on the outside portion of our forest home that we rented from the Lang family. And in the middle of the winter, we were unable to contact the Lang family for a number of months, and we put the generator out so that our family could stay warm. In the middle of the night, I remember getting up and having the air be so thick. It was because the carbon monoxide came in from the outside unit into our home. Now, this was a unit that we rented for $950, and by the end of that, we had incurred a lot of fees that were because we had to do our own maintenance, and because we had to hire outside contractors for myself and my family. So I just wanted to say that Rob Lang and his family, I used to have to give you my money out in the football fields, or you had a brother, and it was really a slum place to live. It was a horrible, horrible experience, and I had to say something because I didn't know exactly who else was out getting the checks of $950 that I was working very hard for my family to stay in that greenhouse on Forest Avenue 2. So thank you for that, Mr. Lang. Thank you.
Other public comment? Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I am Sophia Nagia. The first thing I want to say is housing is a human right. We talk all about accessibility, compassion, compromise, but that starts with housing as a human right. Like Kyle said, this is all sacrifice and compromise. Just like a relationship needs compromise to work, so does a city. And asking for this ordinance to pass, especially draft B, it allows the first step in creating an equitable playing field. My shirt says you are enough. Everyone is enough, and they are enough to deserve housing. Accessibility, like I said, just because landlords say they want to be accessible, passing this ordinance, accepting vouchers, means they are being accessible. People with disabilities who need that voucher, who can't work, that is being accessible. It's also the perspective of, I like to say, everyone is one paycheck away from being houseless. You have one catastrophe, one life event that can lead you to being homeless. Yet, without accepting these vouchers, you're not being able to help them get off the street. Put yourself in those shoes and actually realize the difference that you can make by accepting these vouchers. Just because it's money coming from a voucher does not make money any less equitable. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comment on this item from the audience?
Good evening. I'm Kathy Clausing Willis, and I have spent my entire career in social service. I'm also a landlord, and I'm here tonight because we're in conflict as a community, and that saddens me to watch the polarization of something that could be such an easy fix. Had we known that this was going on for 2 years in the Human Relations Committee and been involved in, which we all know the culture of Lawrence, we like to be involved. And, you know, in the 20 years, 30 years that I was at LMH and other nonprofits, you know, that's the one thing I learned. We like to be involved. We like to have a voice. Had we known that, we could have offered some input so that we wouldn't be where we are today. Because listening, it saddens me that we're at this place. And I want us to be I want us to make decisions as a community, not look to federal law, state law. Lawrence, Kansas, we can do this, and we can do it right, in the right way, in the right time. So I hope you will delay your decision, give us time. We've had 60 days from the time it came to you until tonight. There's so much inconsistency with the city staff, with the commissioners, with nonprofit organizations about what this means and how to administer it. I ask you to please give us more time. Let's try to come together as a community and do the right thing to help people. Because I can assure you, I have spent years trying to help people get housing, just like Kyle, at LMA, people that were indigent. I've spent years, and we can do better than this. We can make this right, but we all have to come together. And that's what I want you to consider. Delay the decision and work through this. Put a team together and let's make this right. Thank you.
Other public comment from on this item?
Hello, my name is Dr. Cassandra Barrett. I want to speak as a healthcare provider tonight. I was a little surprised, frankly, when this ordinance came up. I naively thought that source of income would be protected because it's so related to people having disabilities. Such a disproportionate amount of people who receive vouchers are disabled. But clearly we need this ordinance. There's a lot of fear that I feel in this room from landlords who are concerned about being demonized, especially small landlords who I understand are in a more precarious financial situation than large property management companies. And also fear clearly from tenants from losing housing, and a lot of fear from people who are unhoused that they never will be able to be housed. So I want to speak to the fact that, you know, life is increasingly precarious. Small landlords, you might very unfortunately find yourself someday through a fact of disability, also in a situation where you may need vouchers. This has happened to many of my patients who have chronic neurodegenerative conditions, Alzheimer's. We all know about these things. These happen in our families. My hope is not that any former landlords end up in a precarious situation or on vouchers. I hope that all of us have stable housing eventually. And I hear a lot of people talking about doing this the right way. And I would say that the people who are in the most precarious situation have shown us what the right way is, and that the right way to survive is in community and doing all that we can to help each other. So any little thing that we can do, including passing this ordinance in Form B, is towards that goal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Van. I'm a homeless veteran. I've been homeless since July 9th of 2021. And my deal is that about the vouchers. We in HUD-BASH is the military's equivalent to civilian Section 8. We do not, in order for me to utilize that, I would have to actually probably move to Topeka. But I feel like I should have the right to stay in my hometown. And we should have more vouchers for veterans, because we don't. I've been homeless. I had my name passed up twice on the housing list. I mean, I don't know, and I'm still living in a tent behind Johnny's.
Was that because you're...
Excuse me.
No, it's all right, I'm talking to him. Was that because of, because your name got called and there was the funding, there just wasn't a landlord that would accept it? Does that sound right?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
There's your veteran, guys.
Other public comment on this item? If not, on Zoom, do we have any public comment on Zoom?
Nowhere.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Oh, wait.
There is-
Here we go.
there's
Everybody
someone-
on now.
Oh.
Peter Shanuda.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for taking the time to hear me. I'm a small landlord here in town, and this afternoon I was able to get a link to go to HUD.gov, and I wanted to compare what our lease 2022 year-to-date leasing percentage for voucher, and I just want you to write this data down, please. Do you know that Douglas County is at 95% lease rate? Topeka is at 64, Wichita is at 89, Olathe is at 88, Kansas City is at 72, and Johnson County is at 93. The entire country average is 86% voucher percentage leasing rate. I understand if you want to bring new laws, you have to have a problem, you have to have abuse or some misuse. All I heard is that landlords are bad. It's
profit, demonizing the landlords. But if you look at the percentage we're filling here in Lawrence, we are above the national rate. I don't know if this law you're looking at is going, I ask you to go look at it. It's HUD.gov, and if you're happy, I can send you the link. Data, numbers don't lie. So I don't know, is this law supposed to fill the other 5%? Or is this trying to help some other folks that says, hey, we did something in the city of Lawrence? If you are really trying to help homelessness, it's not, that 5% is not gonna fix the problem. Let's look at the reason for cost of living is high. It's expensive to build a house in this town. Maybe that's where we need to look if you wanna create affordable housing. If you wanna do those little mini houses that can fit and start changing the codes to make it where you can build a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and a little kitchen. But really, look at those numbers, and I don't know if this ordinance is gonna help the 5% and make it 100%. So you're not putting a dent in homelessness with this. But if you wanted the link, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more public comment?
I believe there was more on. If there's anyone online who'd like to make public comment, please turn on your video or raise your digital hand. No one else is.
I think we have one more gentleman here that would like to do.
The clock is not working, and so I am running a timer on here. So I'll let you know when your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. My name is Atlas Fox. I recently got approved for a Section 8 voucher, which is great. It's really important to me. My monthly income from Social Security Disability is $1248. My rent is $719. That is about 58% of my income just towards rent. That is not sustainable. Back in November, my landlords did an audit for the gas and realized I should have been paying it when they never told me to set it up and never notified me about it. By the time I looked on the online portal, there was $600 in charges and late fees. That is not in my best interest. I did not have the money for that. I wasn't able to pay that until someone gave me the money for it, and I have to pay them back now. And they didn't give me the money until I was about to get an eviction notice. Landlords are not in our best interest, and now, I have to find a place that will be able to take this Section 8 voucher, and that is very difficult. I'm asking you to approve this for everyone who has a Section 8 voucher who needs to get a place. And just delaying this is more time for them to figure out how to get around this, or more time for them to figure out how to get it denied, when approving it is just giving me more time to find a place, giving me more time to, be able to have more money in my pocket, to actually be able to afford toilet paper, to be able to afford things I need to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? If not, we'll bring it back up to the commission for discussion. Who would like to start?
I had not necessarily a question, but I was wondering, is Marielle?
She's here. Yeah.
Hello. Good evening, Commissioner. I think one of the last people that spoke was talking about 95%, those numbers. Yeah, utilization numbers. Yeah, if you could go ahead. Absolutely. So utilization, HUD administers vouchers based on demographic size, other characteristics of different areas. And so we're given certain funding that equates to vouchers, and your utilization is how many vouchers you can actually get leased up with landlords. So our housing authority, yes, historically we are considered a high-performing housing authority, typically at a 98% utilization, saying 98% of our vouchers are typically utilized. What that equals is how many people are searching and what we have seen throughout the last few years. So I say 98% is typically where we're at. That means on a monthly basis, we have about 20 to 30 voucher recipients, so people with vouchers in their hands actively looking. So that's 20 to 30 households. We have dropped in the last few years to below that, what we consider high utilization rate. And now we are seeing that equate to more households with vouchers in their hands not able to find housing. I mentioned in several of our meetings, specifically the one where we were meeting with the landlords to answer their questions, that our voucher utilization has gone down, and that is equaled about 70 plus vouchers or households that are out searching. And what that also correlates to is our wait list. Our wait list is 400 plus households. So we cannot
take people off that wait list and help house them and provide them a voucher unless we are utilizing the vouchers we have administered.
So is that a funding mechanism when you say 400
It is
plus?
a funding formula that HUD provides every year to various housing authorities. Yes, it's basically based on rental income and size.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Who would like to go?
I guess I'd like to confirm with staff on that you'd reviewed both the immigration part before you brought it forward, as well as the changes you made to the real estate section. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
The changes you made related to Danielle Davies' letter and then your response, I guess, as you brought forward the immigration part, the immigration or option B. Have you looked at both of those?
Yes, those were reviewed and amended. The first amendments were based on kind of the feedback we got at the last meeting to assure people that the cash-only sales would not be prevented, and that was something that was inserted into this new version A and version B. With the immigration element, yes, that is something that we reviewed to see if we would be in violation of any federal or state laws. Something that had come up before was a House bill that passed a couple years ago that's now in state law about sanctuary cities, and that it was a concern that was raised by commissioners. After reviewing that, it doesn't appear that this would violate this. It doesn't require any violation of federal immigration statutes, so this would not run afoul to that.
Thank you.
How about any of the legal issues that were raised by Kyle? I think it was, Adam Hall.
Sure. So there were several things raised in there, and if you have a specific question, I'd be happy to answer that. Initially, I think one of the biggest questions was whether this would violate federal law about harboring immigrants. And, upon a review and looking at the cases that were cited, those are unreported cases out of different circuits. There are circuit splits. This would not apply to Kansas. And I think Lacey Rowe, one of the speakers, summed it up nicely, kind of the distinctions between those cases and the current ordinance. Those are cases where people were smuggling humans. That is obviously isn't the case here. I don't see that federal law would be applicable to this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion?
Well, it's, I think I'll just dive in, start it out. Looks like staff has done their work to go ahead and, start the conversation with the realtors about, making those additions. And given that Commissioner Finkeldye has asked about immigration status and hearing their response, I don't know. I tend to feel a little bit more comfortable with B. Than I did before, so.
Okay.
So I'll dive in here. I'll start first by saying that at one point in my life, actually as early as 2018, I was a recipient of a housing assistance voucher. I had recently been laid off from my job. I was in the last year of grad school and found myself in a precarious situation of where I needed to continue education while looking for work and feeling a bit embarrassed, less than like I did something wrong. I felt bad for myself, and I didn't know why I felt bad. I was able to find an organization where I completed the application, received encouragement, conversation from those who worked for that agency, and was awarded 2 months. I had requested 1 month because I figured I was going to get myself a job and back on track before I could even be granted unemployment. But I was granted 2 months. And in receiving those 2 months worth of housing assistance, not only was I able to file my unemployment, temporarily receive unemployment, but then I was also gainfully employed somewhere. that allowed me the opportunity to continue my studies and to graduate from grad school and to have the job that I am blessed to have today. That's because, and I didn't have a landlord who thought less of me. I didn't lose my lease because at one point in my life I received assistance. So this was something that really helped to keep me on track. That it was one less worry that I had because I made myself feel like I was less than for simply having a hiccup in my life. That's not the case for everyone. And so when we look at creating policy, it's not always about looking for a problem, and it's not always about punishing individuals. That's not how I approach policy thinking, policy development, policy analysis, not in my professional life, nor as my life as a commissioner and elected official. So what we have in front of us here looks at, we've heard someone talk about coordination of services, and I couldn't agree more. We do need better coordination of services. It takes the city's role to understand that, and in co-governance and recognizing our social agencies, our human service agencies, and the work they do, and what role the city plays in that, if they play a role, or is it a supporting role? We're not always the ones on the platform. Sometimes we need to be the ones holding the platform up. So we do need better coordination of services, not just Lawrence. Many of the other 625 municipalities in the state of Kansas, we can all do better coordinating of services for our communities. So the fact that we're bringing it to everyone's attention in Lawrence, that's how we have to recognize that we do have a bit of a silo issue. Some of our service organizations were siloed. We need to do better at coordination of care, continuum of care, all the things that make our community what it should be, what we are now, and what we aspire to be better. So I don't disagree. Aging out of foster care, huge. We've done, our state has done individuals who are in the foster care system a huge disservice, and we need to do better. So to say that it's just that, or it's not just a housing thing, I don't know too many people who have one-piece puzzles. I don't know too many people who like to do five-piece puzzles. You can do that, and you can be successful at it. But a lot of the issues that we're dealing with are 1,000-piece puzzles. They're difficult. And so while we're only doing one incremental thing in a very big comprehensive step that this community needs to take, we're doing it. And I believe that this is a step that we're taking to get us to that point. We have to start taking that step. If not, the problems that we're seeing now, they're only going to double. They're only going to get worse. And all we're going to do is continue to stay in our silos, and we're not going to get the work done. This is a step. And as a governing body, I believe that we're making that first step. I will say, as it comes to systems, I've heard a lot about systems. I go back to home rule. We're fighting hard to maintain home rule. I heard folks talk about rent control, and we have SB 366, 2016, Kansas legislation. Look it up. There are certain provisions that we could do as a home rule that oftentimes gets preempted because of the state legislature. So that is a give and take fight that we have to navigate. So I think it's a little bit complex and nuanced, and we have to navigate that. We have the support of city staff to navigate that. But this work is comprehensive, and sometimes it's a lot clunky and slow, because oftentimes we're fighting the very people that we think should be our partners in this, and they're often not being good partners. So we have to look at how do we maintain home rule to do the things that we like to do, like have a sales tax that provides us funding for affordable housing, that we have a convened advisory board that helps us navigate what affordable housing projects and supportive housing services we can do, so that everyone in our community, all our neighbors, all our citizens here, all our family are well taken care of and supported. I speak to that to also say, as our landlords, there's opportunities that we can do to help elevate, help that rising tide to what we can do to help those that we're currently renting to. One of the best practices I was a part of as a renter, and as I continue to be a renter, I don't see here, is reporting of rental payments to credit bureaus. Landlords have an awesome opportunity to enroll in that and to help report your tenants' rental payment to help them build their credit score. I know that there are credit scores for some rentals here that I wouldn't hit. And I know some of y'all in here probably wouldn't hit either. So we need to be mindful of what are the things that we're doing to help elevate those in our community instead of just saying, if you don't have it, you don't have it. What are we doing as good stewards to help those, to help our neighbors? I've heard about right to counsel this evening. That's another piece in the puzzle that creates a comprehensive, equitable housing system here in our community. We have to start looking at all the things, people. Best policy, we talked about HUD vouchers. HUD vouchers are the single most best policy our federal government has to help those who need to be housed. It's severely underfunded. We heard $38 billion could help rise the tide. What we have here as different in other communities where you have not enough housing and you have a lot of people having vouchers, we don't have that here. We have plenty of housing, and yet we have people still looking for a place to accept their voucher. The HUD voucher system is not an entitlement, and it shouldn't be an entitlement. We're seeing shifts that says that housing is a human right, and it should be treated that way. If it's a form of income that can bring someone to be able to change the trajectory of their life, why would we deny them that? We don't deny it for students. As a student, I didn't have a source of income, not unless you count my student loans, and that's probably why I have a six-figure student loan debt right now. Because I was paying my rent on time because I was paying it in lump sums because I knew I couldn't work enough to balance my studies. So we have to think about these things. Think about the comprehensive. What are we doing to be a part of the system to elevate it and to make us better? We put into the ordinance an effective date of June 1st, 2023. I feel like that gives us time to start breaking down the silos and start having the discussions that we've had. Some of us just didn't come to the table. So I'm asking this community, bring your chairs, bring your listening ears, be slow to speak, quick to listen, and let's continue to move ourselves in a process that we create a comprehensive, welcoming neighborhood community here where everyone has access. This is just one piece. We're working on codes. We're working on land development codes. We're looking at how can we be creative in addressing affordable housing. We're listening to the Rebecca Bufords. We're listening to the Shannon Oweries. We're listening to the Erica Zimmermans. We're listening to the Board of Realtors. We're starting that process that this community has not seen of this likes in many, many years. And this is my second rotation here. We have to start getting the work done. It starts tonight, and we can start that tonight.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Commissioner Zeller said. And also so I'm glad she mentioned it because it made me reflect on what Kyle said earlier, that I hope this is the beginning of a conversation. I thought he was very eloquent in the role that Ballard plays and how they relate to landlords as well, because we're going to need everybody to go ahead and be a part of this solution. So I'm hoping that given the run-up date of June 1st, we'll be able to have those difficult conversations and try to figure out better pathways forward. And because I think this is needed on this side, and I also think we do need to build more houses and homes and places of shelter of different types, and that is also needed. But I do think this is direly needed as well on this end to make sure that we have that available for folks that need it the most. So I think I've pretty much stated where I stood on this. I like B, and yeah, going forward, I'm behind that.
Commissioner, any other thoughts?
Yes, for what it's worth, B seems most appropriate here. I will not waste any time pretending to upstage Commissioner Sellers in her speech.
Anything?
Yeah, well, I certainly support option B. I think, I am a lawyer, but I have not studied this issue, but I trust, I've looked at it, and I agree with our staff interpretation on the way that the immigration does not violate federal law, and I think it's something we need to do. I think as it relates to some of the issues brought up on the real estate side, and the mortgage and brokerage side, I do think we've looked at that as well. There's many localities and states which have this similar language that we have, and we've not seen in any of those states that we've had these real estate type issues or claims against mortgage brokers or anything of that sort. So I'm not concerned that we're going to have these hypothetical complaints raised. I mean, there's 16 states and 106 localities that have source of income protection. It's very well established in the case law. It's very well established across the United States. Landlords and tenants have worked within these systems. I do think as the issue arose, as said, we historically, I think it's interesting that this issue of the 92% came up, because for a long time Shannon Owie at the Housing Authority has always been very proud of the 98%. We've dropped down to 92, and actually we were lower than that in the middle of last year. But again, we go from about 30, I think Moriel said maybe 70 now. I know I got the number from Shannon in December, and it was 79 that were on the list, which is much higher. And in particular, it is several large out-of-state landlords that stopped accepting vouchers. And when you talk to some of those large entities, they say, well, we have units, we have apartment complexes across the United States, and we accept vouchers in any city or state that requires it, and we don't accept vouchers in any city or state that doesn't require it. You guys don't require it, so we're not going to do it. But if you required it, we'd accept vouchers. And to me, that's a pretty compelling argument, because most of those are mini one-bedroom units, and of that 79 people in December, 54 of those were seeking one-bedroom apartments. 17 were seeking 2 bedrooms, and 8 were seeking 3 bedrooms. And again, I would say most of the landlords I've heard who have concern about this are small landlords who own houses. They don't own apartment complexes, they own houses. And so most of them have 3 bedrooms, some have 2 bedrooms. Even now with our high numbers, the 17 looking for 2-bedroom places and 8 looking for 3 bedrooms. I do not see a large demand on small landlords who have houses that they're going to be folks this will cause issues. I think it's a hypothetical concern, and I think that you add to that, if you have a 3-bedroom house and the rent is higher than the 110% that the Housing Authority voucher, you're not on the list anyway. So it's a smaller problem than I think many have. I do hope that the landlords, I know not all landlords are happy about this, but I do hope the landlords, I'll continue to talk to. I've looked at this. I continue to look at it. I've talked to lots of people, and the more you look into it, I think a lot of the fears don't pan out. So I do hope landlords do take people up on the offer and reach out to the city, reach out to the Human Relations Committee, reach out to each other, and see if this really does even affect you as you currently operate. You know, my one concern about this ordinance, and I truly hope it doesn't happen, is that landlords will raise their rent to avoid it and cause significant additional problems to what we already have on the high rent side. But I do think that is a potential negative, but I certainly hope it's one that doesn't come to fruition. So I know there's concerns about this, but I think it's the right step forward, and I think it's something that's going to benefit the city in the long run. Finally, I'd say just a couple things. We do have 950 new affordable housing units funded, and in the process in the next 2 or 3 years, I think that'll make a difference. You know, we do have a complex opening in March that accepts vouchers in those 238 units. Again, back to this issue, there could be a lot of those. Hopefully, they take a lot of these vouchers. We have some other projects opening up that accept vouchers, and I truly hope that, you know, a year from now we're back to 20 people looking. And again, I think a lot of the fears from landlords will not come to fruition. So anyway, I'm going to support option B.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, can I get a motion?
I move that we adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9960, option B, amending City Code Chapter 10, Article 1 relating to the city's policy against discrimination.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll let the crowd clear out. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. 5-minute.
Yeah, I know, you should have taken your chance.
Got to take your chance.
the November 2024 general election a proposition to modify the city's form of government. Who is presenting this?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We've been up, talked about this, had this for discussion a number of times, going back to 2020. In 2021, a task force was appointed, and they made certain recommendations. We revisited the recommendations twice in August of 2021. At that point in time, staff was advised to come back in January, and we would discuss again. We discussed this on January 10th, and at the conclusion of that discussion, the City Commission recommended to staff that they bring forward an ordinance that would establish 4-year terms for all of the commissioners that are elected, and at the same time bring forth the resolution that would put on the ballot for election by the qualified electors of the city in November of 2024 that would modify the form of government from the existing commission manager form of government to a modified mayor council manager form of government, wherein there would be a directly elected mayor who would serve, a nonpartisan mayor who would serve a 4-year term and would not vote unless to break a tie. There would be 6 sitting commissioner or council members. 4 of those council members would represent districts that would be established around the city, and 2 would be at large. All the council members would be nonpartisan, and the terms of office would be staggered such that there would be no more than 3 of the council members elected at any one time. So there would be 3 council members elected 2 years, and then so on, continuing that way. And that the city's day-to-day operations would be continued to be run by the city manager, who would be accountable to the city council. Anyway, before you tonight is ordinance number 9967 that would establish 4-year terms for all commissioners, and resolution number 7442 that, if passed, then we could submit to the county clerk in 2024 to get this on the ballot at the general election in November of 2024. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, any questions for staff? From any of the commissioners?
How come we don't need to vote about these separately? Sorry, it's more of a question for Sherry probably than anyone. It seems interesting that we're not voting on them separately.
Yes, we do need to vote on them separately.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you.
So 3 items, 3 separate items I'm seeing there. Is that right?
2 separate
Just
items.
2, okay, just 2.
Ordinance number 9967 and resolution number 7442.
Got it, okay. There you go. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Any questions from the, is there something? No. Any questions from the general public?
Questions? Are you going to answer questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry about that. Any comment from the public?
Jeremy Rothkushel, thank you all. This again, I think this is a very good step towards expanding democratic vigorousness and access in the city. Last time this was brought up, I think both public commenters had good ideas. Dustin Stumbling Bear, I believe, talked about that we should expand this as much as we can. I believe commissioners, many of you agreed with that, but this is headed in the right direction. Chris Flowers pointed out that it might be an opportunity to consider more effective and more just and more democratically direct ways of voting, including ranked choice voting. And you all were wondering about some of the issues around the at-large representatives versus the district, I think you're calling it district representatives. And it may make sense to do something like a runoff voting for the at-large representatives, so the entire city can vote for a list of their candidates. And then in general, I think that we should move towards a more powerful mayoral position, because we still don't really, the executive branch of our city, it's, maybe it's the city manager, I guess, is sort of the operations director of the executive function of the city. The mayor has important roles, but it's sort of like a vice president kind of scenario in terms of the role of the vice president at the U.S. Senate. So in general, I think figure out how to expand this more. So geographically, maybe 9, north, south, east, west, 9 could be represented, and then some at-large, and then eventually maybe we'll have an actual executive function where we might be able to get some oversight too. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item?
Yeah, I'm Chris Flowers. I'm okay with going to a hybrid and that all, but my question is, when it comes to like how it currently is, why are we changing it so third place gets 4 years? I thought one of the big selling points about our current form of government is that each election, we the people can elect a new majority if you all aren't doing your jobs. So my question is, how does this benefit the public? How does third place getting 4 years instead of 2 benefit the public and not benefit the person getting third place? Like if the argument is, and I don't want to be mean, but if the argument is that the first year you're still learning the ropes, I would just like to point out that, well, I mean, not just the currently, but how many commissioners have been shown up to meetings before they were commissioners and were sitting out in the audience. If I don't want to be mean, but I don't remember seeing Little John and Sellers out in the audience the year before they were elected. So if the argument's going to be, well, we're learning the ropes, so we need 4 years, I just like to point out that you both kind of have squandered your first year, because how many items were you bringing up during commission items? Like, what have you specifically fought for this past year? Also, I really do think y'all should be looking at ranked choice for the new system. Like, there's no reason we can't have it. Like, if primaries are being held when students are gone, and it's happening when renters are sometimes, they don't have a place to stay in Lawrence because they don't let people move in sometimes till the 5th or 6th. So if people are out of town when the primary happens, wouldn't it make more sense to do ranked choice so everyone could be voting in the election? Like, instead of eliminating some people during the primary, I think it'd be better for renters and students to have ranked choice and skip the primary. Sorry, but really, my big question is, though, is how does changing how we currently changing third place to getting 4 years, how does that benefit the public? Thank you.
Other public comment on this item?
I share Chris's concern about the ability of the people to move this government in a different direction. Because if what he's talking about transpires and we have 4 years and we have a mayor that's not, the mayor's going to be the tiebreaker, there's your 4 in your majority right there. Now, as far as the directly elected mayor, 100% support, because your vacuum of leadership is sitting right over there. You see it in your homeless issues, you see it in the CPRB, you see it in a number of different areas around town. But there's your leadership vacuum, is over there in that office. So the more authority that you have that we can directly hold you accountable for, that's a lot better, because we're not even able to address him, even though he's the one making all the decisions. That makes no sense in a representative government. And ranked choice, I'm going to end quick here, but ranked choice, I honestly think that that's the best for everyone, including Courtney Shipley, because ranked choice is the only way I believe she gets through the next election.
Any other public comment on this item on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any discussion on this?
I will say to Mr. Flowers' point, what is the benefit of a 4-year term for the person who comes in third? And I speak to this not for me personally, but I'll speak to the matters that Mr. Flowers made personally. I'll speak to those, but I'll keep my comments to be more broad as they should. I think expanding it creates equitability, but most importantly, it takes the political piece out of it, not the politics piece, but the political piece out of it. It gives that commissioner the opportunity to have those additional years to engage, to challenge, to relate, and to build a relationship with their fellow commissioners. Taking that political aspect of it out, we know that when we vote in August and in November, you get up to 3 votes. Not everybody uses those 3 votes. And not everybody votes based on politics and the best candidate. Sometimes they choose the vote because they don't want a person that they know might be good to get into office. And that's political. So knowing that going into the race, that no matter, third place doesn't mean I think you're the least candidate, you're the least strongest candidate. But it does create that equitability, but also the ability for that commissioner, if once elected, to build on those relationships and to have that equal time with their other fellow commissioners to build on that. As far as where I was at, I may not have been in those seats where you are, Mr. Flowers, but I was at these commission meetings virtually. As well, I was chairing and vice chairing the Human Relations Commission. So I was doing some work while monitoring state legislation. So not only was I in tune to the things that we were doing locally, I was also engaged in my community and engaged in the boards and commissions locally, while also challenging that work on a state level. But as far as what we have here is, we've been working on this since 2020. I think this gets us in the right direction. No one really understood why third place had to have 2 years. Again, it's a resolution. It can always be changed. But as a governing body and hearing from constituents, I do believe this gets us moving in the right direction. So I do support this.
Any other discussion on this? Comments?
I'd say, well, one thing as relates to the 2-year term, the problem becomes more a problem of math. Mm-hmm. If you're trying to create someone with a 2-year term, well, it can't be one of the 4 districts unless you want to disfavor one of the 4 districts, which means then you have to have 2 at large. But if you want the mayor to have a 4-year term, then you either have to if you only make one person with a 2-year term, then one of the at-large people has a 2-year term, or if you make them both have 2-year terms, well, then you get the math off, and you can't have that. So really, it's a math problem if you want the mayor to have a 4-year term, and you want to treat the districts and how you try to treat the people equally. I mean, certainly when we were looking at 6 districts and a directly elected mayor, you couldn't have one district with a 2-year term and one district with a 4-year term. And so you would have always had a situation with a 4-year mayor that you're going to have the math unbalanced. So the reason to extend it this time is because it makes the math work, as shown in the ordinance, about how to set that up going forward. So, I do think that, I think it could be a conversation to be had if this doesn't pass, but I think the way we're setting this up, the only way to do it is to have the 6 commissioners with 4-year terms. It's the only way. I think the only way really to make it fair. So anyway, on that, I'm not a big fan of the mayor not voting except in the case of a tie. I think it allows the mayor to, play both sides of the issue. Like the issue tonight, they could have not voted, and it could have passed 6-0, but the mayor wouldn't have had to actually say if they supported it or not. So I don't particularly like that part of this. I think the reason for it is the other side of that, which is not to give the mayor some, perceived power that they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
So I see that, and I think it goes both ways. I don't have a good answer for it. But I think this is a big step forward, so I'm going to support it as written. But I would say, for the record, I would pull that part out, but I'm okay as it is, because I think this will be a big step forward.
I appreciate that comment. I think I was the one that suggested that a couple times, and I appreciate that other people were receptive to that balance of power, as I described it anyway. And I appreciate your reticence. I really do. And the only other thing I would say is that in the way it's written here, the way we've suggested it, it isn't about what the mayor's opinion is. It's about whether the mayor can create consensus, and that's a different skill. It's about whether the mayor can be a good listener to all the other people, think less about their personal stance and more about the group, and be very good at creating a better team and hopefully better results, because they're less focused on their individual opinion and more about what the group is speaking about. That would just be the other balancing piece.
Yep.
And that's a different skill. And hopefully the voting public will understand that's a different skill.
And I understand that point of view too.
The only other thing I would say to the people who listen regularly and who've tuned into this conversation, when we think about, and some of my pushback on directly elected mayor, strong executive, whatever that means, always understand that you think that you individually have that sway, but realize always that there are much stronger, much wealthier, much more frightening, in my view, interest groups who will be willing to outspend you. So be careful of the power that you wish for and the centralization that you wish for, which the more I hear from younger people and younger movements, activist movements especially, is more about decentralization. So while it seems like you may have accountability, what you also have is the opportunity for interest groups to intervene in a way that they don't necessarily right now. So I would just add that to the conversation as people move forward and think about what directly elected mayor is and isn't.
Any other comments on this? If not, I'll ask for a motion. You have anything, Bart?
Nope. They pretty much put forward in front of us what we asked them to. So,
all right, then ask for two motions, or start with one motion.
I move to approve ordinance 9667, which would amend section 1206 of the city code to establish a 4-year term.
99.
Oops, what did I say?
96.
9967.
Oh. The agenda has it 9667.
Yeah.
Should be 9967.
It's 9967 in the ordinance.
Okay.
Oh,
I was
it
reading off the
does.
agenda
Up at the
there.
top. Yeah. Read the action.
I was looking at action.
Yeah, I was reading.
I was reading the action. That's okay.
Yeah.
Typo, that's so fine. Okay. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9967, which would amend section 1026 of the city code to establish 4-year terms for all persons elected to serve on the governing body.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Do I have a second motion?
I move to adopt resolution number 7442, authorizing city staff to submit to the county clerk for placement on the ballot at November 2024 general election a proposition to modify the city's form of government.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. All right, we're on to commission items. Any commission items?
I have a couple, maybe one. The affirmatively furthering fair housing interim final rule is open for public comment. The public comment period expires on April 10th of 2023. And I don't want to go into a long soliloquy. This was the Furthering Fair Housing with FHA was first initiated under the second term of the Obama administration. There were some dormancies and repeals post-2016 under the Trump administration, and there's been some work under the Biden administration to review some of the actions and proposed rules for the AFFH that I believe it warrants at least having our housing team to review and perhaps provide public comment. I would love for us to provide public comment on this. As we know that we are good stewards and utilizers of our HUD dollars, and this is something that could truly change the trajectory of how reporting is done and creating that equitability piece. So I just wanted to bring that to the governing body's attention, just to make you aware so we can have time for everyone to review it and see if this would be something that you feel would be of value to our city to provide public comment on that. So,
Can you give me the number again? I didn't write it down.
I sure can. So it's the AFFH, which is the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. You can find all of this at HUD.gov/AFFH. But it's currently, the interim final rule is currently under public comment, and the public comment period ends on April 10th of 2023.
Thank you.
So we have time.
Yeah, we missed they did have some briefing webinars. I'm pretty sure these were probably recorded, but I didn't click on them. So it gives some context, but just wanted to bring that to the attention to see if if we feel like this warrants, if we believe this would be a value add to the city providing comments on that. We had this come up today in general public comments about right to counsel. If you remember from the, what agenda? That was the December 6th meeting when we were looking at our ARPA funds. We did have a line item that spoke a little bit to, what did it speak to? Tenants' rights, education, and counseling in a partnership with the county. Again, as we talk about source of income and bringing around fair and equitable housing, rights to counsel is a very important piece to this. And maybe it would behoove us as a governing body to be educated on what that looks like, what different models have looked like in different municipalities like ours. Kansas City is right down the street, but we're not as big as Kansas City. But I think there's some opportunities there to at least educate us if that would be a value add to policy within our municipal government, municipal court, to have that piece. I know we've talked about there are agencies here that do that work. They don't necessarily do that per se because they're not subject matter experts in eviction and housing law. And so whether it is Kansas Legal Services, Legal Aid, they don't do that full time. They don't have the capacity to do it. This would allow us to bring funds in and have individuals dedicated. But I would like for us to be educated on to see what that could look like, what a possibility of that policy piece look like in our.
I would just add real quick, I know the county is looking at that.
Yes.
I mean, it's a little different in Kansas City, Missouri, because you have municipal evictions, therefore the municipal government right to counsel, whereas here we have district court evictions. So I really think it is not that we couldn't help fund it, but I think from a policy point of view, it's something the county's already working on. I think something we should have the county continue to look at, but I think we could get some briefings from them.
On it.
And I know they're working on that at a couple levels, but I think in Kansas, it's more appropriate at the county level, more so than the municipal level.
Yeah.
But I think it's something we can look at.
I'd like to learn more about it, that's for sure.
And last but certainly not least, I think it would behoove us as a governing body to explore adding, whether through ordinance resolution, something in regards to parliamentary authority. We've seen it come up, several questions come up countless questions come up over the months about what is parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, do we do it, do we not do it, is it suggested? And, you know, while I am not a certified national parliamentarian, I do believe there is value in at least understanding the basic parameters of it and saying that we follow it. I've shared in multiple groups, local elected groups that I'm a part of, that several municipalities utilize it. I think it's a good practice for us to have. It's not as daunting and scary as we may think it is, but I think it would help give a sense of comfort and remove some of that angst and vulnerability that we have around parliamentary procedure and understanding what a point of order is, and that it is an interrupting motion that the presiding officer should immediately stop and address the point of concern. Motions to reconsider are not taboo. They're done all the time. And I've been in 8-hour-long meetings that speaks to them. Understanding how to properly open and close nominations. These are all things that we've experienced within my first leading into my second year of office, that I believe that if we had that better understanding and that knew that it was something that we believed in and followed, and knew that this was the guidance that we follow by, that it would give us that added sense of, some of us, the added sense of security and knowledge around how we should efficiently and effectively conduct our meetings.
Okay.
And I have suggested language that I can provide for that as well.
Okay. Any other?
My first reaction to that is similar to something Commissioner Shipley just said, that I do think if you had a directly elected mayor whose job it was for 4 years to do that, I think the ability to have a well-run meeting with Robert's Rules of Order could be something to be considered. My hesitancy always of following Robert's Rules of Order is, if you're not good at it, it makes the meetings much worse than if someone who's really good at it, it makes it really efficient. If someone thinks they're good at it or just kind of good at it, it really bogs down a meeting. So I guess I'd be more interested, as we got closer to a directly elected mayor, to have that conversation, because I think as you rotate mayors each year and trying to teach that each year, I think that is a little more difficult. But that's my first reaction. I'm not opposed to it, but that's my first reaction.
I appreciate that thought. Okay. I just would like for it to be an ongoing conversation that we have, because I see it, and I can be biased and I can speak to that bias. It's more of a value add than anything, because it's a transferable skill. So when we're all long gone and done with this and we've moved on to other bigger and brighter things, we have that in our pocket to utilize.
Any other commission items? I've got one. During the public comment, I'm sorry I didn't get her name written down all the way. Somebody talked about 2 types of water meters being installed. I'd like to get more information on that. Okay. Anything else on that? Nope. If not, we'll move on to the city manager report.
Thanks, Mayor. Only 2 items of future agendas. Report is on there. I don't know if there's any questions about that. And then we have the sales tax report, where those numbers again are trending up. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Do we have it?
Oh, go ahead. Okay, this is very minor, but I thought we did the city-state agreement for 6th and K10. That shows up in the to be determined. I thought we had done that on the consent agenda a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it removed.
Yeah.
Okay. No big deal, just checking.
Any other questions?
No questions, question. I know it's just been a year and we're in year 2. Consistency in our engagements with, whether it's city, school district, city, county. Mayor, do you plan to propose any dates and agendas for those meetings?
I'm sorry about that. What was that?
Do you plan on presenting any dates or agendas for city, school district, city?
For a joint meeting? Yes.
joint meeting?
Yeah, we'll have a joint meeting, yes. Thank you for reminding me, yeah.
Okay. For both school district and county?
Yeah, it'll be a try. Three, usually.
Oh, we're gonna do all three together?
Usually we do through all three of them in the past, haven't we?
Well, we can do whatever we want. I just want to say, the comment made to me last time by some county commissioners was, it's a little strange
Okay.
for them to be in meetings with the school district. Of course, we have a new county commissioner, so maybe different feelings, and you're a different mayor, so I don't pretend to tell you
Well, I
what
think
to
it's
do.
what the commission wants to do. What
Yeah.
does the commission, does the commission have 1 or 2 separate meetings? Or
Well, I do think the county commission, because they have 4 or 5 school districts to deal with.
Right, that's
They
what
do, you're right.
Yeah, we're not the only city in county.
But it's been a little bit since we've had one with USD 497, so I think that'd be a
That
good,
should be the priority.
that could be a good priority, and there's certainly some comments, recently in the paper and otherwise about our development code and otherwise and how it's affecting. So I think that'd be a good one to prioritize, not that meeting with the county was also not a priority, but I do think 2 separate meetings would be good.
Okay, we can do that.
I would support that.
Okay. Good points. Okay, anything else on the city manager's report? Now, we'll take this to public comment. Any public comment on the city manager's report?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I think last week, at one point, it was scheduled, there's that access road to some property. Anyway, it was scheduled, I think, for last week, but then it's been dropped. I was just wondering if it's gone to litigation, or if it's been dropped, or is this something that's going to cost the city money, or has it just been dropped?
It's been worked out with staff. Yeah. Okay, nothing else. We'll move on to calendar items. I'm sorry, on Zoom, was there any public comment?
No, Mayor.
Okay, on to the calendar items. Anything on the calendar items? I thought we were putting the land, well, this is hard to read. I thought we were putting the land meetings on. Do we not do that?
Oh, are they
anymore?
not on there?
Am I looking at the wrong one? Yeah, I'm not seeing the land meetings on there anymore. Is there a reason for Sherry?
We'll get those added.
Okay. All right.
I think they're on the other city calendar, but they haven't been transferred to
Okay.
this
All right.
calendar, but we'll make sure and get that updated.
Anything on the calendar? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
First and second on adjournment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes. Nay.